Hopefully everyone can hear me all right. I don't know how the balance is with the music. Let me take a look at loop back here. Maybe I should. I don't know what it is about these. Whoop, my clip in there. Alright, that's not too bad. I don't know what it is about these Friday streams. Like, always behind. I'm still getting set up here. So bear with me if you don't mind. Okay, that takes that level down, it looks like. I always have relatively complicated routings with these things. Alright, so let me... do my last minute promotions, of course. Because why would I have that ready beforehand? Why would I have done anything beforehand? Okay, let's see. So I think we can safely get rid of this here. On Wednesday when I did my music stream, I basically had that "will be starting soon" message up for the first like hour of the stream. Apparently I can't be bothered to remove such things. Okay. Let me get the chat up here so I can monitor it. I wish Twitch had an account switcher in the app the same way. Hang on. Now I get to. Oh, come on! Don't launch my email right on screen. Waiting for. Ah, there we go. Waiting for login codes. Always fun. And stream manager. Okay. There we go. So. Hey everybody. How's it going out there in wherever you are? It is a very dreary day here in Pennsylvania again. As it has been lately, which is a lot of fun. Let's see if I can adjust some things here. I had to change my setup a little bit because, lo and behold, I ran out of ports. No surprise there, really. Okay. So. Last week I had been hoping to do some work on this in between last week and this week. And sadly, I did not. I didn't get there. There's too many things on my plate. But we can start again. So I'm going to, let's see. Doesn't seem to want to grab. There we go. So let's start in on this Lotus. Last week that is the one thing I had to. I seem to have lost the reference image that I was using for this. Go figure. And it's like not actually in the Photoshop file either, which is unusual but interesting. So I found, the next best thing. It's pretty close. It might be the same image, but I don't think it is. But yeah. So I think I mentioned before. Wait. Sorry, I'm a little confused because I'm not seeing screen capture updating. Which is a little concerning. Camera's updating. Okay, that's not great. Let me see what's going on. It looks like our screen view is potentially frozen. Why would that be? Something here. There we go. Okay. Fixed. Good. Yeah, sometimes I do think I did unplug that as I was trying to, and I forgot that I had already launched OBS at that point, so I should stop doing those sorts of things. I have a tendency to like be reconfiguring kind of late into things. And just for the sake of my poor posture here, I am going to make one other adjustment. I just want to bring this further forward. Also, that just has me less off screen. And let's just angle this down just a tiny bit more. Great. Okay. So, if you happen to watch the prior stream, you'll know that I work very slowly when it comes to Photoshop and things. Oh wow, that view of the stream is extremely delayed. Okay. Anyway, I work very slowly, and I work very manually in Photoshop, and the reason for that is if I take too much advantage of the sort of corner-cutting things that you can do in Photoshop, I find that that's when things start to look too digital to me. I like things to have kind of a little bit of a rough hewn aspect to them, you know, a bit hand drawn, etc. Let's see here. Okay, brush is selected. Oh, I'm on the wrong layer. That would be why. Let's get rid of that, or at least there. 1 second, let me just fix this so that I don't have these problems necessarily. That and that. And wish I knew. Oh, layer 1 is the okay. Yeah. So let's just go ahead and oops. Oh, come on. Merge visible. Alright. So that way we just collapse all that reference stuff into a single layer. And you just zoom back out to make sure we're still looking right. Yep. Alright. Cool, cool. So, one of the... How did the color change? It's gonna be one of those days. Alright. So, one of the ways that I tend to work when it comes to using reference images in Photoshop is I will sometimes use them to create kind of a line drawing so that I don't have to worry too much about my proportions and you know, things getting out of whack as I go. Now in this case I don't have the original reference and I kind of like the new one better, so I'll probably make some changes as I go, but this will at least give me kind of scale and orientation. vegetation and stuff, which will work well. So I'm just gonna. You're kidding me? I still don't have that layer selected. All right, there we go. All right, and we're too big on the brush here. So I'm using an 80% opacity and 100% flow at the moment. I might reduce that depending on if this feels good or not. These things. But I'm just going to kind of rough in some of these darker areas. And yes, the lotus flower being on the cover of this thing does have symbolism involved. As I mentioned in the last stream, this whole universe is basically the main character is in, like, finds himself in what is called cognition in the novel, but it's basically the dream realm, the realm of thought, etc. And you don't really know that though in the beginning, so I guess that's a little bit of a spoiler for me to tell you that. That aspect is sort of slowly introduced by the fact that everything is very strange in this world, and very fluid. I do have to say, there's pretty high quality streaming content, at least in the form of jazz music, available for stream licensing now, which is nice. I haven't tried any of the other genres. Hopefully these artists are getting compensated reasonably well for their participation, although I doubt it. The nice thing about having the stream view up at the same time that I'm working on this is I can kind of look over at it and give it a little bit of a squint, and it saves me from having to zoom out because it's a smaller version of this same view, so that's a convenient thing. So the original lotus flower that I was using for this reference was more in the purple realm, but I like this red and pink variant, especially given that it sort of juxtaposes this rainbow snake. Those of you out there, if you can let me know if the audio levels are a good balance, that would be helpful. I can't tell if I need to push the vocal mic more or not. check if everything that we're listening to here is all the same artist. Yes, appears to be. So we also just alright, here. That's a good two-up view there. Sorry, just organizing some windows and things so that I have a clearer view of what's going on. Okay, so we have that there, that there. Perfect. I said last week, but it's worth repeating. I tend to treat Photoshop the same way I would if I would. Yeah, I treat it like a canvas, like I'm doing an oil painting, and I know that's like I'm well aware that that's really not the intended use of most of the tools in Photoshop, and I am sort of misusing it and sort of sidestepping a lot of conveniences that it provides, but it's kind of my way of getting the look that I like, and it does take longer, but I enjoy the results, so it feels worth it. Let's see. Not gonna be a whole lot more of this red, I don't think. 'Cause once you get to the outer stuff, it's not nearly so. Well, I guess it is in there, isn't it? Figure out where my no, I think it's in the room here, but I recently misplaced it. But my sort of drawing glove, it is helpful because I don't feel like I'm smearing up the screen all the time. Let me actually see if it's nearby. 1 second. Oh, there it is. Cool. All right. The old strangely expensive two-finger glove. Gotta love these. Actually, I don't think this one was too bad, but I remember the first time I bought one, being sort of appalled at the price because it was like more expensive than a regular glove, and it's like, well, you're getting less glove, and it's a thinner material, and yet it's more expensive. Why is this? Just because it's specialized and niche? Come on. But because it was like more expensive than a pair of regular gloves. It's like, well, wait a second, it's one glove. It's only two fingers. Explain to me why this makes any kind of sense. In case it's not obvious, I go for sort of a relaxed feel on these streams. I want them to be kind of meditated because they are for me. So last week I was generating the background music myself, but it was a little bit alien and strange because I was using the Pluto synth, and that thing's a little bit bizarre. I mean, it's fun. It's great for sound design and stuff. Let's start to add some interest here to this. Last couple strokes. This track's reminded me a little bit of Twin Peaks. I'm enjoying it. Alright, so in the center here we kind of have this dark area where everything dips down. Now, I'm not going to be trying to copy this reference image like verbatim. I want to kind of blend the two actually and see if I can get my own version that's you know, believable, I suppose. that brush size down a little bit further again, so we can do some real fine little lines in here. Because the tips of these bouncing back and forth between various tones and shades for a little bit here. This image, can't tell if it's a little bit on the compressed side as far as contrast goes, or if the light would have actually been like this, but it does go from a rather dark red surrounding these stamen. I think that's what they would be considered. Let's obviously roughen everything in here, but let's zoom out just so I can kind of get a feel in context. Okay, we're kind of getting something that feels about right with this center section. That's true. And then it's funny because I tend to, I'll like just do very, okay, what good is the swatch if it's not going to change the current color? I had mentioned last time on the stream that, that's really strange. I seem not to be able to... I feel like somewhere that I can't see there is a dialog box. Oh! There it is. So if I cancel that... I don't know what it is with, like, ever since Adobe moved to their, I don't know if this is Electron or what it is they're using for their interface, to be like a, you know, one code base, all platforms kind of app, but boy is it buggy, and boy does it drive me kind of nuts. Like stuff like that where it's just like, oh, there's a dialogue, but you can't see it. It's under everything somewhere in the system. Good luck. See if you can find it. Time for a wild goose chase. Like that. I mean, and I always end up like I can't surface them usually, so I end up having to figure out some sort of creative key command that will. I mean, in that case, I just hit escape to exit out of whatever was active, and that got me back. But I have those kind of issues relatively frequently, and I'm not really sure why that is, but it's frustrating. Let me just check something. Gonna let this, like right now we've been just streaming a single artist. I don't know the proper pronunciation. It looks like Haranoda, potentially. But I think I'm gonna just start it kind of running through all the different jazz options on here, see what kind of stuff we get. Just for a little bit more variation. And this might not look too good yet. I'm basically just kind of coming through and adding some of the highlights that I know I'm going to want later on, so that I don't, basically so I can kind of work around them and fill in towards them, essentially. And as I said before, the idea here is not to copy this reference image verbatim. It's really just, can I get a recognizable and believable image of a lotus flower based roughly on this reference. Start sorting it yet. Man, what just happened? I think what's happening is when I select add to swatches, it's bringing up another dialogue to like name the swatch and stuff, and who knows where that's happening. It's not happening on screen anywhere I can see, so that's fun. But yeah. Original approach to this flower is maybe a little bit wacky. this pedal, I should say, the one that I'm doing right now. The lighting looks off to me. I have to sort that out. Let me zoom out because I want to think about where so part of the reason that I chose this reference image that I did and the way I set it up and rotated it was because it's oriented similarly to how I wanted the lighting in this scene, so I think one of the things I need to do is I need to fix this pedal because it's a little bit, it's like skewed compared to some of the other ones, and it makes it a little bit trickier to think about what the lighting would be for a curved surface like that, and also it just doesn't look as good. So I'm gonna go ahead and get a little mold here and just kind of erase. So we'll cut this out. Then I'll have to come back in with, so let's see, so maybe more like, there we go, something more like that, shape-wise. And then we'll come in and clean up that, the rest of it a little bit. So then, from there, let's grab the darker pink and just kind of think about, so we're going to have the edge of this pedal be kind of obscuring the light a little bit, and you'll get a little bit of a darker dip around that edge there. And on the other side, it won't be so much, so we can kind of pull that back a little bit. And so we're going to be a little bit off-centered in how we're thinking about our shape here, because the curvature of the pedal is going to be influencing that light. Now, sometimes I like to go in and just lightly smudge at the boundaries, but I don't know if I think I need a bigger smudge brush for this, because I don't think that's going to look so good. Looks a little sloppy. Yeah, that doesn't look so good. I have to fix that. But just go back to the brush. right now, I'm kind of squinting at the image a bit, just to try to figure out if I've come up far enough with that shadow, and I don't think I have quite, although I think I'm going back to like more my mental image of it than what reality would be. I think this would be a little bit lighter. And I don't mind having some of the line drawing visible underneath, but I like to keep it really minimal so that it kind of looks just like a slightly augmented version of reality when everything's done. Like it looks almost photorealistic, but it's kind of got a illustrative quality to it as well. That's usually what I'm going for with these. Now this would be a thin edge, so that's too thick of a shadow there, but that looks about right-ish. Obviously this still needs some kind of smoothing and improvement overall. So let's go in here and go with an even lighter. I don't think we're going to get full white at all at any point here, but we'll get kind of close. And I'm a little bit random when I work on pieces like this. I'll jump around a lot. It takes a while to come together into something clearly cohesive, but it will get there. I think I like the idea of this pedal being on top of that one, so I'm gonna prepare for that. This track that we're listening to is a little bit on the campy side of jazz for me, but whoops. Why that scrolled that way and then won't scroll back, but it is what it is. Alright. There's something about my application of the lighter highlights there that it's actually causing it to look convex rather than concave, so I'm going to have to revisit that a little bit, but I'm not going to do it just yet. Okay, so the other thing that this reference image has that the one I was working from does not is these smaller pedals, which I do like a lot. So I'm going to go ahead and sort of work some of them in lightly just to get a feel for where they would be. So that one would maybe be here. again, just roughly kind of adding in so that I can think through everything here. A little lopsided in terms of, I think it would be more like that. Maybe ish. And then these guys are kind of front against it here. So let me go on here, just because I think this will be a sting. Probably, maybe. And similarly, I think this would be here. Sorry. What is this music? Okay. This is apparently the problem with just streaming through. Okay, let's go with a particular reference again. That was ridiculous. Would be appropriate if I was, doing something very silly. Oops, forgot I'm still on yellow. Up to the deep pink here. Do another small petal here. But also this one here is a little bit longer, so add that in as well. just gonna start in a bit. Let me do something real quick here. Hello! How's the audio? Thanks for dropping in. Can you hear me? Cool. Okay, so it's good level? Sweet. Thank you. Everything going well for you today? Thanks. It's a bit of a mess at the moment, but it's coming together slowly. A lotus flower, it is symbolic. I realize that I keep kind of explaining the world of the novel like on the stream, but then I realized that the plot, the way it develops, is you're actually not really supposed to know some of the things that I've been saying like on stream like right away, because it's sort of a slow revelation. So I think I should stop talking about that stuff. Yeah, exactly. I didn't mean to spoil things, but yeah, well, ooh, spoilers. Yes, indeed. Ah, okay, yeah, that's what I thought. All right, so let me fix that. Thank you. Music feels higher than the mic. I also have to remember to, yeah, exactly. Okay, thanks. Louder than the mic. Yes. I have to remember to speak the chat comments because I don't usually remember to do that, and then it's a little bit harder to get the context after the fact. How does that? Does that work better, or is it still need more push? Doobie 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 doo 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 doo. Bum, bum, da, da. Okay, that can be done as well. How about that? Do 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 do. We might want to wait till the music kicks in a little bit more though, because this is a. There we go. Is that a better balance? Do 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 do. Okay, cool. Why? Thank you. Yeah, see, this is the part that's hard to do with just headphones. Is like I could tell my voice was louder. Thanks, my dudes. I could tell my voice was louder than. Oh yeah, so were your dudes. Thank you. Yeah, I could tell my voice was louder than the music, but not by much, and I can never tell where the best balance is for that. For someone who's listening in. Also, sometimes it seems like on the streams the audio gets compressed a little bit, so it's hard to gauge in that regard too. So, but yeah, so I appreciate you weighing in on that. That's what I needed. Thank you. Oh, hey, anytime. Cool. Careful. I will enlist you every time if you. You're gonna get back to editing fish and chips? Okay. Thank you for dropping in and letting me know how my levels are. I will talk to you soon. I'm probably gonna take a little bit of a break at noon. Get myself some liquids. Love you too. Smoochies. Not smoothies? Smoochies? Okay. I mean, I'm into smoothies too. I'll take either one. But I like smoochies. Smoochies to you as well. Okay, bye-bye. Thanks for dropping in. Obviously, if it's not clear, that's my partner Patricia dropping in. I asked her to let me know how the audio levels are and everything, because it's a very hard thing to gauge. But she is in the midst of her own visual work at the moment, so gonna focus on that. Okay, how are we doing here? It's looking alright. It's starting to take shape. Let's switch colors here a little bit. I want to come in to this one. And so we're basically, like, we've got this kind of edge here, and then the light's falling more into this area. Alright. I did that. Let's go a little darker. Yeah, again, I am gonna have to, I think part of the problem at the moment is there's not enough contrast in like that sort of way where it, that's not the only issue though. Yeah, it's something about these highlights in here. They need to fall back a bit further. Can even come in here a bit more. And then let's kind of come in. I have these yellow spots, but I don't know that I need those in there. So this is going to kind of come up in here a little. And let's go back to the pink so that we can kind of... Still not quite working for me. Doesn't feel quite right. Oh, there we go. Maybe something more like that. It's a little closer to what I want. If you can't tell, this part tends to be where I experiment a lot. Like lighting, getting realistic lighting when you're just making up the shapes yourself can take a little trial and error sometimes, especially when they're more complex shapes like this. So I like that more, but now it's encroaching a bit on the lighter areas. So if we just add a couple strokes to kind of smooth that a little. Alright, that kind of works for that one. And I think I started going around here and I didn't really I didn't add all of the small petals. They just kind of dropped off in this area here. There's nothing for this side of the flower, so I have to add those in. As you can see, I do sometimes get a little random in my approach to this stuff. I can see that this artist I have chosen as my music does a lot of variation in the tracks that they're performing. Maybe, let's see. Let me check something. Yeah, I mean, this is not a bad start for now, but I am going to have to clearly kind of go through and make my own playlists here. Alright, let's see what happens if we play this list. I went for dreamy jazz. Assuming we get anything at all. What's happening here? Come on. There we go. Okay. Oops. I have to remember, do I have... I do not. I thought I had... Huh, that must have not backed up my original configuration. I'm gonna have to restore that. I usually keep an undo as one of the shortcut buttons on the screen. So when I'm doing this, and everything you're seeing on screen there is it's pointing out. There's buttons on the side of the screen, and then touch strips underneath, and so it's explaining like what those various controls do, and most of them are not that helpful to me. So I usually set them up very differently for Photoshop, and it would look like I do not currently have those settings available. So okay, so it goes. Alright, so here we're gonna come in with that, and then it looks like I was going for a pedal there, you know, and I do think though that would mean there would be something small under here just for the sort of symmetry, uniformity kind of thing, maybe even a little bit bigger than that now that you mention it. I don't know who mentioned it. I guess I mentioned it now that I mention it. Alright, so we'll do that. Just give myself a reference point. Now this one, there already was a longer pedal there, so we'll stick with that. Here we'll want something. And again here. Like so. And then we'll come in with our pinks. Then just kind of, I'm going to bring this brush size down again. Just kind of come into the far edge here. Add some little highlights for now until I decide exactly how I'm going to want that to look. Actually, I don't even know. If I'm trying to go for a very similar light, like a diffused light like that, I'm not sure if I will want the highlights. So now that I think about it, let me actually go back and undo those strokes. Okay. Might actually just be more of, let's go a little bit darker pink, something more like light falling on the back of the pedal. We'll also like go a little bit closer to that edge to thin it out a little bit. It's a pretty thick stroke. And let's add some of the darker, more like brownish brick red kind of color in here. And again, now with this. Okay. What color do I have selected right now? Okay. So gotta stretch a little bit if I hunch over too much. I don't know what I'm doing in there. That's a mess. Let me fix that. Obviously, these are a little rough over here. Alright, let's get some context here. Zoom out a little bit. Oops, not in, out. Take a look at the overall. Get a feel for now, something to think about. For me to think about, not you, for me. In case that's not clear, is I am going to be like, this is basically going to be sort of a thick underbrush, kind of like jungly environment. And so, you know, without going into any detail, I can kind of get a little bit more of a feel if I start just thinking about, like, all right, so in these areas it's going to be pretty green. And yeah, this looks like hell right now. I mean, it does not look good, but it gives me sort of a reference point, like a place to stand, so I can kind of start picturing how I might want to emphasize things, what sort of compositional elements will help out in these areas, you know, that sort of stuff. And let me also, I think we're going to go darker around, like so. Back in here, it'll probably be darker, because I do like some aspects of the reference photo that I would like to keep in that regard. So maybe there, and like, and also maybe over here, be a little bit darker. So it's like one of the things I'll be thinking about when I'm doing this sort of thing is just like composition wise. I mean, this has the potential to be a pretty busy image. So, you know, what will help it not be overwhelmingly busy while still achieving the intention. And the reason I'm not getting too up close to these line drawings is because A, I'm using a very soft brush at the moment, so I can't, because that would start to lead to very fuzzy feathery overlay on the line sections, which I could deal with that. I'd just paint over it, but I'd rather wait till I'm closer to where I want to be in that regard, and then just kind of. Now the other thing that I'm gonna want, so you have sort of a rough horizon here, but it's gonna be like, you know, like these little viney kind of tendrils sort of playing with the logo a little bit. Something like that. Maybe something wraps up in spirals around the one. And maybe something like wraps up and spirals into the D and curls around it. Oh, let me undo that because it's a little too. Spirals up into the D, curls around it. And same with this stuff over here. Something in here to kind of maybe like that. And then just a bunch of like vines and that sort of thing. I don't think we're centered completely. Yeah, okay. I was gonna say I think there's more above. So it's just kind of like vines and stuff. Maybe a couple hanging in front of the moon a little bit. And again, this is all, I mean, part of why I take so long with this stuff is I'll be using some form of reference imagery for these things to try to come up with visuals that are believable. But you know, in the end, once that's been done, it should be a pretty decent looking cover. And as I said last week, I didn't say this time, but I'm starting with the cover because that does a good job of just kind of setting the feel for the entire issue. And this is one small moment in one particular scene that happens. There's an entity known as the Keeper. The main character's name is Hema. And the Keeper is basically speaking to Hema through this weird fish with a man body and business attire. And then the snake eats it. But I like to just kind of rough in stuff like this so that I can feel like are we good on the stream here? I'm not seeing updates on Twitch. Let me close out the stream manager. Okay, yes. Good. Cool. Just making sure we didn't lose things. Alright, so basically just, you know, getting roughed in a little bit on this stuff so that as I keep going, I can be thinking about the foliage and things around these plants and how, you know, they might be supported by it and all that sort of stuff. So, oh man, and I'm in a spare bedroom in our house here, in our guest room basically, and this is where I set up all my painting stuff. And in the winter, for some reason, at some point when they decommissioned the old furnace, there were at least 3 heat loops in the house, and I think there may have been 4, and they just disconnected one of them. And this place is actually, it's a rental, we don't own it, so there's nothing we can do about it, but there's, like, this room basically has no heat unless I run a space heater in here, and most of the time that's okay, because it doesn't get frigid, but with the door closed and things, like, it gets pretty chilly this time of year, so I might need to take a break just to stand up and shake around and warm up and things. Oh, what time are we at? Oh, you know what? It's 11:50. I'm gonna take a little break. Oops. All right, let's see. All right. I'm going to take a little break. And I'll be back shortly. Let me... Okay. That should be good. Yeah. Okay, sorry about that. Normally, on these streams, I do not take a break, but I think this room is just cold, and normally I don't really need any kind of sustenance until closer to 2 p.m., but I think maybe just a simple matter of temperature. It's like I got hungry sooner. I am going to mute myself for just a moment so that I can spare you my eating noises. Because I did not manage. That was almost 15 minutes, or it was 15 minutes? Yeah, it was about 15 minutes just to basically make an espresso and heat up some food. So I did not actually get to eat it yet. So bear with me here if you don't mind. We'll get started again in just a moment. Okay. Alright. Sorry about that. Had some sesame noodles I needed to eat, and I did not want to make everyone listen to me chew away my lunch here. Following up with an espresso, well, latte. But while I do that, can maybe get back to it here a little bit. So that's good. I also want to get back to this little snake guy and all of his rainbow glory. Sorry, just adjusting the mic there so it's a decent distance. Okay. Yeah, I would like to work on that guy as well, but let's get this lotus further along. This music has taken an interesting turn since I left. I seem to be going more into the sort of general R&B territory. Get this brush size down just a little bit further again. I can enjoy this type of jazz. It's not my favorite, so we'll see. I might need to switch it up if it keeps trending in this direction here. Not that I have anything against it overall, it's just not what I'm in the space for, the mood for at the moment. Pardon me. But yeah, so if you're looking at this lotus going, it doesn't really look that much like that reference. Yeah, that's intentional. Alright, let's see if we can do something about our smooth jazz friends here. Oops, I went wrong. There we go. Where are we at? Richie Everett. Well, Richie. Hey, you know what? We'll just let this play through and see what the next track is like, because it's switching up the artist a bit after that. So these past two tracks have been Richie Everett. Sounds like Richie Everett does some smooth jazz. Okay. lot of these yellow tips have just a bit of a highlight on the end of them, so I'm going in and kind of adding that at the moment. Granted, I don't know that I've done a great job of sort of colorizing them in every other regard, so let me also do that. So if we have something like that, and then we're getting a little bit of yellow at the tips here. Highlight. At this point, I'm just going to be jumping around a little bit to sort of fill in here it does feel like there's still a bit of an orange kind of transition there, maybe. And then we start getting into the lighter pinks a bit. Right, and okay. I don't know if that really lands as believable for me, but it's something. I'm going to take the opacity down to 50% so that I can come in here on these petals without completely disturbing what's there and just like lighten them up a little bit. I also have a very light touch right now on this antique because it is pressure sensitive, so it will change my strokes quite a bit depending on how I fill them in. Now, yeah, I don't love that, but let's just see what we can do. Kind of smooth it a bit. I guess that is okay-ish. Let's get the tip of the petal a little bit fuller from kind of a light perspective. The downside to 50% opacity is that it does take longer to fill in, obviously. Alright, now let's go with the like nearly white, light pink. Wrap that in a little bit. How's that look? It's closer to what I'm going for. Then, obviously, if that pedal enough concavity or whatever the proper word is there for that to support there being another pedal kind of almost inside of it, then the light's going to change quite a bit for that. So let's make some adjustments there. How's that looking? Ish. It's getting there. Obviously, we're not all the way out to the tip of the pedal yet, so let's see what we can do to kind of smooth that in. Let's go with a lighter pink here. Crosshatch a bit because I think that should give us the most sort of stable light shadow type relationship. I don't know if I like what I just did. Let's back it off a bit and see what it looks like. Quite a bit. I think it was. Let's keep it more to the tip of the pedal and see how that works for now. So I got that pink. Let's go with the lighter now. Nearly white. I don't know. It's gonna need finessing. I still don't like it, but I think I need to hash out a bit more of the other pedals before I will figure out why it's weird. I mean, I know part of why it's weird. which is what I'm fixing here, but that's still not gonna quite do it. Let's go. Now we'll work our way back down color-wise. Did I just hear a oh, see, I overdid it. That last color is getting too dark. We could use a little bit of it in here, like right at the edge, but that's it. And then same for the darker red tones. Do want to kind of bring those around the other petal a bit. Ish. It's not quite there. It's not as wrong as it was. Yeah, this is always, like, getting lighting right on these kind of materials is, for me anyway, and the way my brain works, it's always a little bit of a slog. And this is why I need reference images. That's it. It's like such a delicate balance. I'm kind of fighting back and forth between these couple shades of colors just to get the perceptual balance right so that it back to the smooth jazz again. You know what? Let's take a little bit of a turn on the music. Maybe pause on the smooth jazz. Let me take a look here. Oh, there's a lot of Can I turn that off as a filter, or no, I want that off. Classic jazz genres. Alright, we're gonna drop this smooth jazz here for a moment. Oh, we just listened to that track. Okay. There we go. Actually don't know. What I was gonna do, I was gonna switch over to something electronic for the second half of the stream here, or I mean, we're a little bit past the second half, but let's see. Let's go electronic. Let's change it up. I have no idea what these tracks are going to be like. I may regret this choice. But let's see what we got here. This is going to probably be a dramatic shift, so be warned. No, I can't. It's too... Let's go back to... Get rid of that. I like future-based stuff, but I want it to be... I don't want vocal samples and things, so... Let's go... Let's see what we got. Alright. Maybe this will work. If you can't tell, I just started using this music service, which is specific licensing for streaming platforms and such, so I need to curate some playlists and things. What do you think? Can I finish one flower in 4 hours of a stream? To be fair, this is the issue cover, so it does deserve this level of detail and attention, but it does get a little silly sometimes. There we go. Okay. Okay. looking through. Like, so if we come in here. Also, these larger leaves or petals are going to be, these larger petals are going to be getting more into like leaf tones, greens and things. So there's that as well. And let's see, so over here. In case you're watching this just from a technique perspective, right now I've been sticking pretty close to just like warm colors. The lighter pinks get into cooler tones, but what I will probably end up doing in the end is coming in with some lighter highlights that are more in the blue category, but we'll see, depending on, I have to see once I get further into this, there's going to be a step where I'm sort of unifying all the light that's present in the scene. And at that point, I'm going to start, pulling highlights together in terms of tonality and stuff between all of these different elements. Right now, I'm still kind of just building up the elements themselves, trying to make sure that they've got the right level of realism to them. And everything's still very much roughed in. Like if we zoom in on this suit and everything, like this is not what the final piece is going to look like. This is a very sort of rough take on things. There will be a point where I'm coming in and doing a very sort of intricate detail pass on all this stuff. There will probably be, I don't know. I have to decide if I want to do all of that kind of work on stream or if I should start keeping the streams to, more of, I don't know how to say it. I guess that kind of stuff can get a little tedious and maybe not that interesting to watch. So I'm still kind of figuring out format in that regard, whether or not, that sort of thing can even make for an interesting stream, or if it's just like, no, we don't need to see you going in there and laying in tiny little highlights over it. I think I'm coming to the conclusion over time that, just do all the work on the stream. Why not? Because then you get to see the process from start to finish. But, we'll see. Right now, these streams don't really have an audience. If that changes, which I hope it does, that, the audience will probably determine that. But, yeah. So for now, just kind of working through getting the little details right, the general lighting right as best I can. But there's going to be a phase where I have to come through and tie it all together and make sure that the lighting is agreeing across subjects. Like right now, if I'm looking at the, the business suit guy, his lighting is not agreeing with the background lighting. So unless there is a nearby source, and the same is true for the fish. Like I kind of lit both of them as if the light source is somewhere around, in the general direction of this white flower that's going to be being brought in. That's just a line drawing right now, but they're being lit as if the light's coming from that direction down to them. And there's a little bit of a highlight as if there's a backlight a little bit, because I was thinking about the fact that there's a moon up there when I was filling in some of those shadows and things. But then when it comes to this flower and the snake, they're both being lit as if the light's coming kind of from the right and through. So right now, there's not an agreement between the lighting in the different subjects. So once this is starting to be filled in more, that's going to start to be more apparent. Now that might be something that is useful to bring some additional focus to the foreground creature there. But yeah, it remains to be seen if that's actually useful for that purpose, or if it turns out it detracts from it. So we shall see. But I am going to just, for my own edification, I'm going to come in here and kind of butt these outlines right up against this weird little creature. Can't tell if I maybe should be leaving just a slight highlight there because it's not very obvious otherwise. So for now, I'm going to leave a bit of a highlight around the subject just to differentiate it, and then once I get a little bit closer to being finalized with any of this stuff, I'll start to edge in closer to the subject. The only reason I'm doing this right now, and it might seem like I'm bouncing around quite a bit, which I guess I am. The reason I'm doing this right now is it's just gonna, I think, help me picture the lighting more accurately. Because right now, there's this, sort of vast white gulf around all the elements in the image, and it becomes a little difficult to picture what these things are going to look like against their true backgrounds when that's the case. So, at least for me. And now that I think about it, I'm still using 50% opacity. I'm going to knock that up a little higher so that this doesn't take quite so long. Sometimes I don't even notice things like that because this all is such a, I mean, it's a meditation for me, for lack of a better way to describe it. And so sometimes I just kind of get into what I'm doing and I don't really care that I'm doing it really inefficiently. Alright, so if we just kind of come in with all that. And these aren't necessarily going to be the final colors that surround this image either. This lotus flower here, but I feel like all this synthwave stuff, it very much feels to me like Comtrue's definitely established a genre. The pumping compression along with the sort of flowy synths and everything. But maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. Maybe Comtrue's wasn't the first one. That's just the first artist that I was aware of quite a long time ago, doing tracks that sounded like this. So. Of course, this one has a busier melody than his stuff would normally have, but. And again, just for clarity, the only reason I'm kind of giving a white boundary around this stuff, well, first of all, stylistically, I tend to do that to emphasize foreground elements and things. But even that aside, it will help me get a better feel for how far in that direction I want to go, or if I want this to look very photorealistic with no, illustrative elements like a white line kind of surrounding things, etc. Bring this brush down a little bit again. And let's put it up to 100% opacity just so I can kind of draw this in very quickly. You can see with my sort of sketched in parts here why I use the handled drifting lines. I have a sort of sketch hand sort of way of roughing things in that tends to lead to, the lines just kind of moving all over the place, really. Okay, let's see here. Okay, this is still considered synthwave. I'll be curious to hear where this goes. Oh, okay. Obviously, the other thing I'm trying to decide with this is just how many of these sort of underside pedals there are. Also, I don't love this is quite an interesting mix of things here in this track. Anyway, yeah, I don't really love the way I terminated this branch here. I might have to work that out a little bit better, but just get my bearings a little bit there. Okay, so let's get that brush size up a bit, and we'll fill this in here. Just do something like that. We'll decide what the details are later in terms of, you know, why that area there is dark and the other area is lighter. That sort of thing. And again, these colors may not be final, but I want to get something rough in place so I can be thinking about this. I actually want like compositionally it looked a little weird. That looks a little better. Maybe also a little bit cut in here more. We'll see. And this maybe we'll kind of treat. We don't really know what's going on. Maybe that's a leaf down there. I don't know. And the other thing is, like, one of the things I'm gonna have to do to make for a convincing backdrop to all of this is I mean, a lot of times lotus flowers grow in like pond situations and kind of on top of water, and I'm really gonna have to think about, like, because I had this image was just like a bunch of different elements that I wanted to incorporate. I mean, obviously the creature, the fish creature thing, and the snake are actually part of the story. The lotus is symbolic. The other stuff was just meant to be like foliage that was kind of believable in the context. But so, you know, I'm gonna have to really think about, like, because obviously if that lotus is present, there's probably others, because they don't tend to just grow in isolation. We're probably near water, which is probably what's in the background to some degree, to the extent that, you know, like for instance this area in here might be more like water. So if I could, let's just pull up like a very dark blue, kind of in the purpley realm. Like we might be dealing with water in here for some significant portion of the background. And maybe that water is catching some moonlight, glinting. And how far does that water go is kind of the other question, right? So, like if all of this in here, let's say that, you know, up to about here we're dealing with the water's edge. And then everything above that. And, you know, maybe there are things on the surface of the water that are plant-like. Oh boy, I feel like I'm in an infomercial or like one of those sort of product videos on Amazon. Let me skip this one. Look at all the great features of our weird thing. Is this gonna be the same thing? Yeah, it might be. Yeah. Okay. So it's time for my montage. But, so you can see I'm just starting to think about the whole environment here and not just these sort of reference bits that are present in the foreground. Let's say that maybe the water's edge comes up to, I don't know, like somewhere in here-ish, right? And it's like, well, why would it be that curved? Wouldn't it be probably a little bit straighter along the shoreline there? And then if I just kind of come in, that's not really the color I want for that though. So let's undo those. I'm just gonna like imply some ripples on the water. Just again, this is really just for me, because I'm gonna be coming back and like trying to think through, you know, what this stuff looks like. What does the vegetation look like? What's happening on the surface of this lake? What, you know, are there like, is there another lotus out there? Which is what a roughing in here, you know? Like, this isn't going to be the only lotus flower. This is the one we can see the best, but where are the others? Are they growing on lily pad-like structures? Probably. Because that's, at least, I haven't seen many lotus in the wild, but my understanding is that's how they grow. And all the visual research I've done has basically been the environment that most of them are in. So, you know, just kind of just taking some rough notes, basically, like, well, what is this gonna look like? And I'll do some research and decide what this stuff's gonna be. let's undo that, because that's not really what that pedal would look like, I don't think. Even though that's what I drew in before, it does not look like the right shape, or it doesn't look very accurate, so let's kind of sketch these in a bit. So you might be able to start to see that there's a little bit of a method to the madness here, but it is my style of, or I should say my approach to this sort of thing is pretty haphazard in a lot of ways. For a complex image like this that has a lot going on in it, I do kind of jump around and slowly hone in towards the final thing. I feel like I'm playing Mega Man. Those Lindrum sort of drums that are happening. I don't make many songs that have fast arpeggios the way this stuff does. It's kind of tempting now. Alright, now one thing I'm not liking, because it looks too artificial, is the way this branch just kind of ends, you know, where the lotus starts. So I think in reality it's fair if we make it so that it kind of protrudes in front of the lotus a bit. Let's get some More browns in here. Make it like a bit of a ragged piece that's broken. Guess I should also reestablish these outlines though, if they're going to present elsewhere. They should exist the whole way. Briefcase too, I guess. I think it's those glassy sort of FM piano type sounds that have me start thinking I'm in an Amazon product video. Because that little melody there kind of did it to me again, even though the rest of this stuff doesn't really sound like it. That sort of glassy FM. Now what I tend to do in these situations, and you can kind of see what I'm doing here via that, is like main character type things that I want to draw attention to will have like a halo around them like this. But background items will not. So right now I'm coming in close on the wing so that I can come back and basically add the halo back in, because it was looking a little too fuzzy for me. I would have expected the music to fade out once it made that transition into the slowed down thing, but it's interesting. Nope, we're just gonna slowly stop. Okay. So, let's just, not the brush, on the screen. So you might be able to get a feel for what roughing these kinds of things in is doing for the concept of the image. Now, obviously, I mean, things aren't looking that great right now because the colors are a little weird. You know, flat blue representing water, yeah, not so great. But you know, the more we kind of work through and get some details associated with this stuff, like when I work digitally, I do kind of a weird back and forth between what's essentially an underpainting, which is kind of the stuff I'm doing right now, and the actual, you know, overpaint, like the detailed stuff. Yeah, and they're, I mean, yeah, they just kind of live side by side. So I'll, you know, background elements and things, I'll rough in, you know, as you can see, very, very, like, just blobs at first. Now let's zoom in a little bit here. So I'm gonna start here, because one of the things I'm noticing is I think well, let me zoom out for a second to kind of explain where I'm going with this. So if the water only exists on the right side of the main figure here, I think it's going to look a little bit odd in terms of just really understanding the environment and even, you know, what you're looking at to some extent. So that's why I'm coming in and I'm gonna, you know, I don't know what it'll look like in the end. Probably some foreground elements like plants and things that are maybe obscuring the water, but the water's behind. So my thought is, like, maybe over to about here. We can kind of come right up against these petals and things. This blue, and we want to continue. We're gonna make more of, you know, like a hard outline instead of this very soft one. And I'll, you know, zoom in and do a cleaner version of that in just a moment. But then the water will sort of continue on this side. Oh, I got a little too close there. Let's undo that. So the water will sort of continue over here, around the fin. And it might not actually, it looks like to me, let's see, let's just draw kind of a, whoop. I didn't actually want to draw a line, I was just trying to, alright, so, yeah, that's what I was going to say. I was going to say that I think this gets a little high over here, so do have to watch out for that. I mean, it's very minimal, but just that little bit that sticks up over the fin, that would not exist, so. I mean, I probably don't need to clarify this, but yeah, like water, since it's a seeking sort of thing, horizon lines are very flat when water is involved. This other side gets a little lumpy too, so we'll bring that down a bit so that it's smoother. All right, so here. Just make a smoother variant of this. Let's go in and kind of squash that down a bit with green, because that will be the color that'll be bordering it. And I use fine brushes for these kind of detail things, but then once there's enough of a border around a thing to make it safe to kind of do some in-painting around it, or edging around it, so to speak, that's when I'll kind of come back with a bigger brush and clean up. So again, these white halos around the main element in the image, that's just a stylistic thing. I like to do that in my illustrations. I think not everyone loves it, but I do. I like it. So I do it. Because at the end of the day, if I don't like this stuff, what's the point? You know? Now this is a little tricky because this wing is meant to look like it's blurry because it's essentially fluttering. So that's going to be something to figure out essentially. And also I have to just zoom back a little bit to try to figure out Whoops, that's not what I wanted. That's what I wanted. So I need to just kind of take a look at what I was planning here. I mean, obviously, very rough, but okay. So we kind of have this one coming down a bit here. This music is kind of hilarious. To think we started out with jazz, and here we are now, listening to synthwave. I might need to stand for a bit. Alright, so this guy's still gonna have this sort of white halo around. And here, this will be white to make sure that that's just kind of steady the whole way. Nice and clean. Same with up here. Alright, let me just edge in around this so that I can alright, now let's bring the brush size up so I can do this a little bit faster. Alright, and then back to this. Let's zoom out a little. Alright, so let's get in here. Let's bring the brush size down again. interesting out-of-tune guitar. Again, I'm just kind of making this up as I go here. I have no idea if any of this will... I mean, I'm sure it will lay the groundwork for sort of this background imagery, but how much of it will stay is unknown at this point. My desk is very wobbly. All right. What time are we at? All right. Got about 20 minutes. Let's see if we can rough in some of these background colors in the remaining time. So Okay. I gotta pause for a moment, stand up here. It's one thing to sit for this many hours in normal conditions, but to sit for this many hours in like a 55-degree room gets chilly. Okay. Well, we're getting close to closing down this stream for today. Which means it's time for my public service announcement, which I guess no one will generally see. I'm starting to think, no offense if you're a real person out there watching, but every time I do these streams, I get like a couple of silent viewers, and I'm starting to come to the conclusion that they are bots, because I never get any interaction from those silent viewers, and so it's to the point where I've kind of stopped talking to y'all. If you are real people, thank you, I appreciate it. If you are bots, then okay. I have a feeling Twitch might even have their own bot that they probably have attend streams so that people don't feel like they're streaming to no one, because I'm sure that's discouraging. But yeah, my this stream in particular has not had any uptake yet, but this is only the second one, so I can't really say much about that. But yeah. So, if you are a human out there and you are watching, first of all, thank you for watching this far. I very much appreciate the support. Please do subscribe to the channel or follow me if you're on Twitch so that you can be notified of these streams. I mean, they are scheduled. I go live the same time. It's 10 a.m. Eastern time. I may eventually shift that to be later in the day, but for now, that works well. It does mean a smaller audience, I think, but at the same time, there are advantages to that to some degree. So, as far as the public service announcement, if you are watching from the United States, I would like to speak with you, please. Because while I really try to avoid politics on these streams, I don't want to alienate anyone. I want these streams to be inclusive. They are for everybody, regardless of your political affiliations and such. But that being said, the things that are happening here in the U.S. are really, they're beyond not okay at this point. I have a lot of friends who have witnessed quite a few, I mean, they would be called detainments, but I think it's more accurate to call them abductions. That's what my friends call them. You know, just right in front of their homes, just delivery drivers, basically anyone black or brown, depending on the city, they're being targeted and they're being taken away to what fully matches the description of a concentration camp. Some people bristle at that term. Some people would rather call them detainment centers. But the fact of the matter is, a concentration camp is a location where you concentrate humans that you view as unsavory, where you're controlling their population for some reason and trying to limit their access and their ability to do things. And that's what these centers are. So we've gotten to a point where we have active concentration camps in the US for, you know, various minorities, mostly black and brown folk. And there is what appears to be some sort of white nationalist agenda behind it. And I don't really care what your political leaning is. I would hope that you could agree that dehumanizing anyone over something as sort of simple and you know, uncontrollable, like it's not like people choose the color of their skin, they're born into that. So like dehumanizing a person over something like race or gender identity or sexual preference, religion, any of those things, like that's just not okay. And I mean, the thing about it is a lot of people who prescribe to those types of beliefs, they would certainly have an issue if something like, let's say, Christianity became a target in this nation. And yet, it's somehow considered viable and reasonable to persecute other people on the same types of grounds. And yeah, I just don't get that. I don't get how that can be considered, you know, a Christian value system. That being said, if you, like me, are extremely uncomfortable with the current circumstances in this country, and you're not okay with things progressing, please don't stay silent. The thing that I am basically doing in response to all of this is I am working to connect with my community as much as possible. I am being very vocal about this despite the discomfort of it, because honestly I wish it wasn't happening at all, but given that it is, I think, you know, it's up to us to ensure that the attention doesn't get taken off of it, and that it doesn't get flown under the radar, and that it doesn't just become commonplace, because I think that's history repeating again. If we let that happen, I mean, we're in the ramp up right now. Now's the time to do something about it. If we let this go and we don't interfere, and it has to be done peacefully, I don't think we'll get anywhere by some sort of violent opposition. But we need to peacefully interfere with this, and we need to make sure this doesn't continue. and that these new facilities that are being constructed are interrupted and shut down in every way possible. Again, peacefully. I do not advocate violence. And yeah, we really need to interrupt this. We can't let it go on, because it's not okay. The argument I always make is any respectful, peaceful human who's, basically just living their life, not forcing their beliefs down everyone's throat. I don't care, what characteristics you embody in terms of race, ethnicity, whatever you want to call it. Basically, the color of your skin, your religious preferences, your sexual preferences, your gender identity. I don't care about any of those things in terms of, you are a human to me, and you deserve respect. And the direction this country is going in is the exact opposite of that. And I'm really kind of ashamed that this is happening here. Oh, and I'm distracted and coloring things that shouldn't be colored in here. But I'm feeling pretty ashamed to be living in this country while we're doing this sort of stuff. And anyone who is in favor of it, I think, I don't think anyone who's in favor of it is actually thinking critically about the issue, or they're just so incredibly racist and entrenched in that whole manner of thought that to them somehow it's justified. But it's just, this can't continue. I mean, we're basically, and we're alienating ourselves from the rest of the world with all the other, with some of the foreign policy stances we're taking and all the other things that are happening. Our economy's not going to withstand this forever. In fact, I am personally a little bit skeptical of the health of the economy right now based on the information I'm seeing. It's apparently folks are having such a hard time getting jobs that they're paying recruiters to give them opportunities. That is not, to me, the sign of a healthy job market and economy. So I'm not sure why we're seeing all these things about how great the job numbers are and such. I'm left wondering if those figures are being tampered with at all, or not reported correctly. But yeah, I don't know why I'm doing this in blue, because this is not going to be blue in the end. What am I doing? I just kind of carried it on from there. Goodness. Anyway, yeah, I got distracted. I was doing my PSA. So we're about to the end here. I do want to just kind of clean up what I did there for a moment, because that's going to confuse me next time I come in here. Well, actually, I would probably remember what I was doing, but still. But yeah, if you made it this far, thanks very much for sticking in. And I will be back again next week, same time, same channel. Yeah, Fridays at 10 a.m. Eastern, I'll be here. My weeks are extremely busy lately. I keep intending to get some time to make some progress on this stuff outside of the stream. But might not happen. And if it doesn't happen, this will be where we're picking up again next week. If it does happen, maybe we'll be a little bit further along. We'll probably still be working on this same piece for now. It's I've never actually timed these illustrations to figure out how many hours I put into them. They can be rather lengthy. I feel like this one, I'm moving a little bit faster than I sometimes do, believe it or not. But I have illustrations that I'm certain I put like at least 50 hours into, sometimes more. So, you know, there's going to be a balance between good content for a stream and changing it up enough to keep it interesting, you know, so we shall see. But for now, we'll assume that this will be the project for next week as well. I do have an actual physical, like, you know, pen and ink kind of illustration that I've been wanting to finish forever. It's actually a comic strip, a 2-page comic that I finished the basic premise and outlines and everything for an inked page 1 20 years ago, and never finished page 2. And I dredged it up not that long ago and thought, you know, I really should do something about this thing. But yeah, so anyhow, I'm gonna give a little bit more attention to this and just kind of wrap it a bit here. But for now, that'll be it on the stream. We're making some progress. Certainly not a finished piece by any stretch of the imagination, but it's getting there. Starting to have a vibe. Might not make total sense yet because you're not in my head, so you don't see the things I'm sort of envisioning for the rest of this, but yeah, it's getting there. It's starting to take shape. So yeah, appreciate the time, appreciate your attention, and yeah, let's not let this whole political crusade destroy our nation. Not into it. So that's it for this week. Can I be any slower about my delivery here? All right. But we will see you again same time next week. And I think next time I would like to at least have kind of the underpainting aspect of this wrapped up before we get on the stream, but we'll see if I actually manage to do that. And in the meantime, stay safe out there. I love you all. Hope you're well. And we'll see you in the next one. Take care.